touch the notes on the table, please put them back where they were. As I told you, it's on a need to know basis, and don't do anything until I say it. Okay, are we all ready? You will start by introducing yourselves. The facilitators will take over now, and they will have a very short introduction round, and then I will give you instructions for dialogue number 1. Facilitators, you take over. There's a facilitator missing at table number 9. And number 3. Will some of you facilitators please come forward? Okay? There were a little less facilitators on tables, and they were sitting down at certain. Number 9 and number 3, please. We are moving a little bit around to make the good. can I just, now we start the first discussion, and the facilitator will read out the question, which is, what will or should characterize political or democratic process in the future? What should democracy in the future look like? Some of you have done that already. We're trying to get the question up on the screen so you have it for reference. We are using the yellow labels this time. So that is what you're using. They explain the process, how you start thinking and writing down your thoughts, and then exchange your views after that, and then determining what is the most important of the points on the table. Okay?
Herðu, eigum við ekki bara að hefja leikinn og hver og eitt skrifa það niður sem ég í raun og sitt hjá bara í þessu, fylgist með mér og kemur hérna og eins þegar þeir fara að verða hér fleiri og eftir að þá getum við staðið að svolítið þrásum að ræða en málefnis.
You can write it down in my slide too if you want to. In English, we do that. Because there's people at the table that don't understand.
we would like you please to write as clearly as you can, with that in mind that other people will have to read the data.
Transparency. Ja, ja.
Takk á hvernig viljum við eitthvað hvernig það líka
Gerum við reglan með rétt atkvæði í borðinu eða má ég greiða mörgar?
Þú mátt greiða tvo.
Tvo?
En allir hinn líka.
En svo séu reynd bara það eitt orðið hugtak eða
bara svona setningum kannski. Ekki bara eitthvað fyrir þetta. Þannig ég læsi eitthvað við þetta hraðið þetta. Og þegar það ekki bara róta bara þetta mjög skýr. Þú setur bara vel og ekki blöta það fram. Geimi á því með. Þetta allt erfið.
Svo þið verið að afsaka bórstjórnina það er svo langt og stjórnfundir og það hefur ekki heimann á það.
Og síðan þegar þið búin að skilja það hjá okkur, þá farið þið þetta fyrir því.
Og kynnir.
Það er þannig að þið séu verið að flytast eitthvað annað ekki bara sé og henda því með meginn, þú bara ekki búið og hengið við þetta.
Svo við förum 3 svona hringi.
Nei, ekki 3. Neitt markálum fyrir að haldast.
Já, ég meina svo skiptum við. síður ekki lengur. Þá myndi ég bara leggja til að fara hérna rétt sem þess og svo kynnið þið það drýg. Þá þurfum að hafa í huga þegar að fleiri atriði þetta inn verði þetta eitthvað samvæðilegt. Þá tökum við það kannski frá bara eitthvað. Það er því svo er það.
Virkt íbúalýðræði.
Virkt íbúalýðræði.
Þannig sé að útskipta sig sjálf.
Eitt atriði einu bara svo.
Ég datt við bara það sem að í grunnskólan að setja, þetta mætti kannski, væri kannski uppeldisleika atriði, það er bara kannski koma svolítið rost út úr því.
I think it's better to have it like that because then it encourages you to write bigger letters and fill it with a long essay. And you can continue writing down ideas if you're inspired by hearing what is hurtful.
Já, ég myndi segja ef það er eitthvað endilega, ef það er eitthvað sem einhver finnst
Then we'll take
að
a
tíma.
nice
Já, ég segi það, endilega haldið áfram að hugsa. Og svo ég minna á það, við erum áfram að hugsa og þá kemur eitthvað upp í hugan sem er glemst eða hægt að þá endilega haldið áfram. Ég er það með sjónarmenn inn í þetta.
Já,
more ordinary people,
ég skrifaði hérna mannréttindi við.
which means that now there are people.
Það er jafnra allra hópa.
Mjög gott að þið leggjum á minni hvar þess þáttur er að hérna
Put them together. Both of them as a single idea. It isn't very much. And also, if you like the way we try to
That's kind of understand the situation where you
Skipt út embættismenn.
When you've finished writing down your thoughts, you just start. Right after that, you start collecting on the table. Try to make good space so that we can have a good overview of what is on the table if possible.
Can have a agent, and you can start the parliament in the countryside and in the cities. And in parliament, I have more culture here.
Okay, so that the small groups then they should have some, they would need some channel to push their ideas then forward. Yeah, but that there are small groups that could raise issues for so.
They need to make the whole parliament needs to make a law about it. This is so important that people can have ideas about the environment.
Yeah, okay. So those groups, they could be wherever, anywhere in the society.
Yeah, in the cities and in the countries.
Yeah, okay.
Small groups.
Yeah, okay. So this is a separate issue, isn't it?
First idea that came to my mind, looking at the question on the website, and it's something that I think the democracies in the future will have to face is what exactly is rapidly changing the environment.
be able to withstand being elected for long periods of time and then not being able to withstand the system.
They shut it down. So all the people something's wrong in the future there. So I think more or less all the governments have to be more transparent to the people. I think the people can trust the government that they elect. So we can answer to we have the same.
The next one would be democracy position. Also, in 10 years.
This one, okay. I think we should. I also have. Yes, yes. So it's here? Yes, it's there too.
Open discussion. Just one issue at a time. So this is nature should have priority in all decision making. Referendum and questions that have created heavy debate. Excellent. This is a separate issue. Okay. Just wait. We'll go one issue at a time. This is so Saimar. But you, remember, you can, if you have new ideas, as we discuss the ideas from each other, you can write down, continue writing. Saimar?
Pick one at random. Democracy needs to promote or at least prevent trade, economic
Can I have your attention therefore, because I hear some of the tables are a little bit ahead of us, but that's natural, that's how it is. But in the end, when you have put down all the labels and you have a good overview of what is on the table, the objective is to select the ones you think are the most important. And it's all of the selected ones will be in the final report because they are considered important, because you chose them. But you each will select 3, and preferably not all your own. Also other good ideas that you may see on the table. And in the end, 3 will be taken out of the ones who are most often selected, will be taken out to come into the joint summary text. But all the marked notes will be taken care of, so that they will not be thrown away. But it's just to select the ones we are going to summarize with in the end. Okay? So just when you come to that. And you can stand up and you can do whatever you want as long as you are not breaking a law or something, and to examine the notes and to just, have fun. Okay?
Use technology to utilize resources, and information would be gathered and shared through cybernetic computers.
Do you get this? Do you understand the idea?
Empowering the individual in decision making.
Yeah, okay. So, this is really empowering that we should go, that each individual should be able to go through the internet, utilize
the decisions would be arrived at through the most accurate decisions.
Yeah.
by everyone sharing it, by everyone gathering and sharing information, so that the best decision could be arrived at.
Did you get the idea? Ja, okay. Are you all with us? Did you understand the Icelandic explanation?
Að safna og miðla upplýsingum til þess að komast að nákvæmustu ákvörðunum.
Yeah, maybe we can add into the element of artificial intelligence that we have to worry about. Yeah,
If you finish before the others, please sit and use the time to deepen the conversation and so on. So please, I have to keep the herd together.
Whatever money he made in that period of time, he has to give back to the community. Yes. So another thing is that the position is that the elected people in the
We need to first idea would be we need to revitalize the interest in the political process. Because in a world of increasing individuality, individualized communications, we need to find ways to rekindle our sense of community. Facebook has really, if you look at my Facebook and then you go to a friend of mine on the other side, you will not be looking at the same movies, you're not looking at the same shows, news, you're not looking at the same. So we look at actually an increasingly tribalized community, which brings me to my next point, which would be to ask what needs to happen for the political process to become more inclusive. We cannot surrender to demagogy or special interest because I started off being very open to this national votes or special issues, and I'm becoming increasingly skeptical about that being the way forward, except in large, simple issues. Because we see with countries like Switzerland, like California, that have used it for a long time, they tend to become more localized and more centralized and more in the hands of special interests. So we need to find some way for society to communities, the political system to input, and maybe the way, so maybe this is actually a really good idea, is we need
nákvæmlega sama hérna. Af því það er aukin
But I say have more access to the educational system in the society and equal dissemination. And lastly, unlimited access to the main source.
Main source.
Yeah, we choose the source rather than hearing the media talking about the source and the official document.
This is transparency. But maybe you write one more about equal access to education, and we can use the education category where he was talking about children. Yes. Technology, no, but
education, what it means to be a good citizen. So I was looking there at changes to the emphasis in education of young people in order to achieve improved participation. And the third one was so desperate.
I came to words. Came words into my mind when I was thinking about the democracy, and there was gratitude and vulnerability about the characterization of the democracy, such as for the MPs, and also came the word transparency about those who we vote to act on our behalf. There needs to be transparency about them. They don't need to be holy, but they need to be transparency about who they are, what they stand for, not. So it's, and we have to skillgrana, we have to skillgrana. We have to define how we want to be transparent. We have to define it as a nation, how that would mean. So if you want to be in the parliament, we have to have this transparency, and we have to find it in advance, so we know everything about who are there. So it's not hidden something. You know what I'm saying? What I mean, right? And then comes, I agree with that democracy for the individual, that we sort of elect or we choose what we would like to become the next step, and that would mean that the elected the MPs, they need to think as they are our servants. They are serving the nation, and they need to, we pay them to find out all kinds of things, how to do things, and then we simply vote for what we think what is more important. So they are sort of helping us to research and do all that, but we have to sort of on cases, and I agree with that. We need to find what's the best way to vote on that, and that could be the we have the íbúalýðræði that Reykjavík has been doing, for example. That in every area of Reykjavík you vote what you would like to do in your area first, because you know it costs money, so you forgangsraða, so you prioritize, so everybody knows what they want and know what's coming, and so that sort of research that the city does, and we sort of choose what we want. So I would like to go more into that direction.
On the paper you want to Thank you very much. What we are going to do now is your point on information simplicity. And the last is about transparency of income streams,
there like a footnote somewhere? Yeah, I put in the plot.
And then we'll get the secretary to ask some further discussion later on. Summarize the things that are identical, that we just all know, either from
I wrote participatory and deliberative.
maybe we should just take chairs from the
final one is more we have more
Okay, just very brief.
Who want their representative?
When you have done the selection, I ask the facilitators to write down on the green cards the three that you are submitting into the joint summary in the end. You all stay at your table. Please don't leave. You can of course go to the toilet and so on, but stay at your table. You have about 10 to 15 minutes to finish. Preferably 10 minutes, because you'll have 5 minutes to move again to the auditorium and prepare for the presentation. Okay, so facilitators, write down the 3 that are going to be submitted, write down the 10 top, and then when everyone has delivered, we have finished this session.
Okay, we have here the category to do with economic and political democracy, to prevent the power of money, control everything. We have a category of education, educating people and access.
Já, eða nei, eða svo hópin.
Was everyone done? Do you want to answer?
Oh, that's the point. More people will take the
Okay, and here is about transferring power between elections, so it's about maybe a referendum, something.
Svo safna maður bara vel sko. Það svolítið mikið skrifað á hvern miða, þannig að er það ekki bara almennt og bara velja þrjár hugmyndir til þess að setja á græna miðan eina hugmynd á hvert græna miðan.
Þarna, hvenær byrjaði erindi?
Það byrjaði
kortir yfir og það er fundum. Það voru postur á vefinn.
National referendum about the problem.
Já.
Transform government.
Government maximum participation in voting or anything more than discussion
What do you mean by transparent?
Yes.
Everything is
transparent policy because just as it's probably
everything is
there's a list of everything.
maximum participation
I'm giving you about 5 minutes, and then there will be an announcement will be made.
These are two sides of the same coin.
Mandatory voting like we have in Australia. Yeah, like you get a fine if you don't.
My support that.
You wouldn't support that?
No, my first reaction is negative.
Yeah, finding people doesn't sound
Professional and honest. They're different.
right. So you think it's better if it's coming from like within yourself?
Okay, before you leave, an important announcement. 11:15 sharp, we'll start the presentations where you will sit in the auditorium. Please take a number of these notes with you, the lila or whatever they are with you, to write down your thoughts when as you listen to the presentations being made. So everyone takes a number and a pencil just to have them to write down their at the same manner, one at each note. I just want to speed up the process in the afternoon. Okay? 11:15 sharp.
Bring it on.
Hi.
Particularly the second question.
No.
Don't forget to take the notes with you on the pencil. Move when it suits you. Facilitate spring with a green note. What you write down, your thoughts on the new notes you have taken with you is what did you think was interesting, thought-provoking, and from the presentations that are being made. Okay? Yeah, based on that.
Já, komið gætla eftir líka. Ég er bara að við sem bara borðum. Já, og tökum bara til að. Yes, you can leave you, but you have some herbal tickets with you, and you know what to do.
Okay, please take a seat.
Wealthy nation.
Yes.
So that's another.
I go from this side.
Okay, sorry.
Já, hafðu ætlan hérna í baki, þegar maður sé salinn, farið þennan á hættulegsta líka. Það byrjaði að fara ætlan sem hérna í baki á púltinu, eins og á. Þú veit það?
Hvað ég hef einn hérna framan á.
Já.
Þannig að það sé svona nærmyndan með af húsmanniskunni.
Já, hafðu það þá þennan hann sem lélugur, hann verður það droppaði.
Og hinn kemur til baki og sé saman.
Okay, everyone, I think we're ready for the next stage. My name is Eileen Jarrett, and I'm the director of Blueberry Soup. I'm so moved to see you all here. We're going to kind of sit back for a minute and then take in some inspirational talks from some amazing people. And so I'll come back after each person and introduce the next. So it's my profound honor to introduce Lawrence Lessig from Harvard University.
So I'm sure you all know of this incredible statue where the king is handing over to the Icelandic people the Constitution. And if you look at the face of the king, he doesn't seem happy. I mean, if you had to stand in that square during the winters here in Iceland, I'm sure none of us would be happy. But there he is, handing over the Constitution, and he looks a little bit like someone who's handing over his wallet to a mugger, or maybe a husband handing over the deed to the house to his now divorced wife. Now, this statue, this image, this conception of how constitutions get made is not just Icelandic. This is a picture of how almost every constitution around the world has been made. These we could think of as elite democracies. Democracies of the elites and by the elites and for the elites have been the pattern of how democracies have been built. And what we see as we look at democracies across the world is incredible frustration with these democracies that seem to be so keen to answer those who handed over the Constitution, and less concerned about those for whom the Constitution was meant to be crafted. in the middle of this frustration felt in Brazil and in Greece, in America, as we face the choices of this election, to France, all across the world, this frustration with these elite constitutions boils over. And the only solution we have is to imagine a way for the people to reclaim their ownership of their democracy, to take back the Constitution and to own it, for it to be theirs. And what's so striking about the history of what's happened here in Iceland is that that's precisely what you have done. After the crisis of 2008, you began a process where the first question was not, what do the elites think the next constitution should be, but what do people in Iceland think? Represented fairly, randomly selected to identify the values, and then, in an extraordinary election, selecting citizens. Ordinary citizens, not politicians, but citizens, to craft that document. And what you crafted, as a constitutional scholar, I can say, is beautiful and elegant and concise, succinct, an expression of values. Just compare it to the elite Constitution of the European Union, 10,000 pages that document was. The thing you produced is something to be proud of. And the question now is just simply whether the people, having produced their constitution, will hand it over to the elite. So I look forward to a day when I can come back to Iceland and go down to that place that that statue stands and see on the other side another statue with citizens from Greece, a citizen from Brazil, a citizen from France, a citizen from Russia, a citizen from the United States, all standing together. And in front, a citizen from Iceland, holding the Constitution, handing it over to the king, and saying in the inscription, "We tried yours. We tried yours. It gave us the crisis here in Iceland. It gave us an increasingly destructive democracy around the world. We tried yours, try ours." Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Helene Landwehr from Yale University.
So I'd like to start with an anecdote I borrowed from Robert Dahl, the famous political scientist and theorist of democracy from Yale University, where I also happen to teach. In his book on democracy, he recounts the following story. Vikings were traveling up a river in France, and a messenger called out from the riverbank. "What is the name of your master?" he asked. And they replied proudly, "None, we are all equals." And I come from Normandy in France, and so this story speaks to me on a number of levels. Normandy means the land of the Norsemen, and as I probably don't need to tell you, of the people, Vikings, that's because Vikings raided and settled that area in the 9th and 10th century. Which, by the way, probably means that at some point in history, your ancestors pillaged mine, or worse, which perhaps makes us family on some level. But it's all in the past, so... and in fact, I feel very welcome in Iceland. It has slightly more frigid, dark, and humid winters than Normandy, but hardly so. It has beautiful summers and days that seem to never end. In your case, they actually sometimes don't end at all. So it's an achingly beautiful and very welcoming country. But back to Dahl's story. it epitomizes the spirit of democracy, the central principle of democracy, equality. And for Vikings, it meant that they were free from domination, free from having a master. Their identity was not defined by whom they belonged to, who owned them, who ruled them, but by their status as political and therefore political equal and therefore free men. Mostly men, unfortunately, but you can't be progressive on all fronts, especially in the 9th century. And so this spirit of equality is central, it seems to me, to the history of Iceland. I got a chance to visit, upon my first visit in Iceland in June 2012, the site at Þingvellir, where the first Icelandic parliament, and in fact the first parliament in history, was founded in 930. And walking and seeing the spot on the continental rift where the early Icelanders came together to decide the law and render justice in the open air under the bright summer sky, gave me goosebumps. Also because it was summer, but it was actually freezing cold out there. So. This spirit of equality is still very much alive to this day, and you see today in the resistance of Icelanders to domination in all forms, whether it is to the domination of corrupt politicians. You're the only one that I know who kicked out a prominent politician over the Panama Leaks. Whether it be corrupt bankers, you're also the only people in the world who actually put such people to jail. Or whether it be international creditors who come after you when private banks fail. And here again, you're the only people that I know of who managed to tell those international creditors to go to hell, not once, but twice. If you compare that with Greece, this other cradle of democracy, who is now enslaved to German banks for the foreseeable future, it's a striking difference. And so, whereas other people, there are other things that astonish me about Iceland. So you crowdsource constitutions, you sing while writing them, you made Mayor of Reykjavik a stand-up comedian who promised you free towels and Disneyland. You also apparently cook fish in sheep poop. That's the part I don't understand. And recent polls seem to suggest that you're even considering electing as your next prime minister someone who's self-labeled as a politician and a poet, and the face of the Pirate Party. So it seems like whereas other, so Birgitta Jonsdottir, who's going to speak after me and who's my personal hero, so it seems that whereas other people in the world prefer candidates who speak the language of business or the language of Goldman Sachs, you prefer people who speak the language of poets and pirates, people with an actual soul. So I think the way I see it, you are a laboratory for the rest of the world. And yes, there is the inevitable objection. Iceland is so small, it's so homogeneous. What would work here would not work anywhere else. But to the skeptics I say this, punishing corrupt bankers or corrupt politicians, saying no to unjust policies, it's not policies, it's not a matter of size, it's a matter of integrity. And besides, the Icelandic people have already proven wrong a long-time dogma of political science, namely that constitutional writing must be done by the secluded few, far from the general public. So who knows what else you're capable of proving or disproving in the future. So you're an inspiration to the world, and we count on you to serve as an example for the future. But regardless of what the future holds, you've already given us hope, you've already given us the example that democracy is still meaningful, that it can be more than voting every 4 years, that it can truly be about being equals and having no master. So my fellow countryman, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, whom you may have heard of, once wrote of the tiny and promising nation of his time, Corsica. I have a feeling that this tiny island, this little island, will one day astonish the world. And to paraphrase, my feeling is that you Icelanders have already changed it. So thank you for that. Takk fyrir.
Constitutional Council. She is also now the chair of the Constitutional Society, who are carrying the torch for keeping this conversation about the revised Constitution in the public. I'd like to welcome Katrin Altsdatter.
Dear friends, together we are on a great but difficult journey. Now, when I say this, some of you will think, well, that's a cliche. And others will actually think, well, cliches are cliches because they have a certain element of truth in them. And all this is nothing to do with what I'm going to say. I'm just being a smartass. So let me start again by telling you a story of an actual journey I once went on. I was about 30 when it happened, and I was traveling on a bus. I remember the weather was lovely, and it was a nice bus. It had large and comfortable seats, and the passengers were easygoing. It's worth mentioning that nobody on that bus starved or was homeless. On our bus, people had access to education, almost free health service, endless water, and cheap energy, and beautiful window view of a magnificent and largely untouched nature. In case of difficulties, the passengers of the bus took good care of each other. When the weather threatened to blow the bus off the road, we all stuck together, and we tried to move to the other side to prevent those from the dangerous side from becoming hurt. We loved entertaining each other, and honestly made an attempt, making the journey as enjoyable as we could, using our ability to create. So all in all, it was a really nice bus. However, the roads we chose and the drivers we hired were not always as brilliant. Then suddenly on this journey a few years back, we had a sudden serious accident, which led the bus being thrown off the road. An investigation later showed it was likely that our driver had been speeding and possibly also texting while it occurred. Some say the reason was just a bump on the road. Others say the driver was partying long hours the night before and was drunk when he was driving. Maybe this is all true to understand. In any case, it was really, really scary for us. And for a minute during that accident, it seemed like the whole bus was going to roll over. We did what we always done before. We all leaned over to the other side, or most of us anyway. And many of us believed that that worked. In any case, the bus did not completely trip over. We had a complete shock, nevertheless. And afterwards, we were angry, we were sad, we were puzzled, and we were somehow empty. But hey, the bus was not seriously damaged, and although we still suffer some aches from the whiplash, nobody got killed. And we were even quick to get the bus back onto the road. But when the accident occurred, the shock was so great that we had a moment of realization, a moment of clarity, if you like. We could not have this happen to us ever again. And therefore, we, the passengers, decided to go over our safety measures. We sat down, and those of us who wanted helped to put together a big order for all sorts of safety equipment for our bus. On the same occasion, we outlined new rules of how our bus was supposed to be driven and how we should treat each other while on the bus. And to minimize danger, we ordered safety belts, and we ordered ABS braking systems, and better front lights, and even those inflatable things that I don't know how you call in English that come if you crash for every passenger. And then we drove off again, knowing that the chances of us crashing once more had been minimized, whereas we had ordered all this great gear to prevent such danger. And we'd even made the payment when we found out that the driver had cancelled our order. Now what if I told you that our bus is not a bus? It is not actually a bus. Instead, it's just one out of many carriages on a large train. Furthermore, the train which our carriage belongs to is going faster and faster. Very few people seem to understand which is the destination of the train, but increasingly many can tell you that it's traveling at a dangerous speed. Now what if I also told you that the safety measures that we decided upon for our carriage after the accident could be used by the other carriages too on that train? But only if we received the order, only if we could change our vision into action. Many people, including myself, actually believe this, believe that by installing all the safety measures we came up with after the crash, we could move our carriage to the front of that train and help slow it down. It could also help us decide upon a destination of the train that would benefit its passengers the most. My dear friends, I think you are here today because you care about our carriage and you care about the train. And therefore I want to tell you that I believe that we in Iceland did stumble upon something which is both beautiful and practical and unique. The democratic terms of this process I'm referring to is almost like a fairy tale. We called together 1,000 randomly selected people to outline the values of our future constitution. We had a committee of specialists analyze the outcome and give it to a constitutional council of 25 very different people. There was no special uniting us there. And the council asked for help by opening this whole process to all the citizens, and great ideas and beautiful conversation came out of that act. And after 4 months of writing, every single member of the 25 agreed upon the final draft for a new constitution. And after a bit of stumbling about, the parliament called for national referendum, where 2/3 of the voters said yes, we want this draft to become the basis of our constitution, of our country, the little carriage we're all stuck on together. And due to the unprecedented democratic value of that process, we now have a shared obligation to realize this draft into our constitution. We must influence the driver, even if it means taking his seat for a while, so we can finish this task. Not only for us, but for all the passengers on the train, and especially, actually, for the children of the train. Whether we like it or not, we're a little ray of light now, on a rainy day of democracy. And together, we share the responsibility to shine our little light through that rain and produce a rainbow. So let's do that together. Let's do it not only because we can, but because we must. Tack.
Today, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with. She considers herself a poetician. She is part of the Pirate Party, and I'm happy to introduce Birgitta Jónsdóttir.
Hi, thanks for being here in co-creating a vision. It is so important that we carry on thinking about democracy and how we can make democracy function for what it's meant to be, the rule of the people, the rule of you. I want to talk a little bit about how are we going to be able to implement this incredibly important new constitution. About a year ago, or a little bit more, my humble, tiny little party, the Pirate Party, started to go up in the polls, and there are many different theories about that. And during this time, I decided to take a little bit of a risk by saying in the evening news that I felt that we needed to have a short term next time, where we would implement the new constitution, do a national referendum if people want to carry on with the EU bid or not, and analyze our systems. Because if we want direct democracy, if we want to change our systems, it is not only enough to change the parliament. The parliament is actually very weak, and it is troubling to see how new parliamentarians and old feel completely powerless towards the executive branch. I remember I was standing outside in the protest in 2008 outside the parliament, and one of the MPs said that she felt like she wanted to quit because she felt like she was a rubber stamping machine and that she had no power. And a powerless parliament means powerless people, because it is not enough just to protest occasionally and then things go back to normal. We have to change things in a very fundamental and deep way. And I see this new constitution as a beginning for that. There are many, many other things that we need to make into a norm in our societies. For example, to think ahead into the future, and that is why this meeting today is so great, where we allow ourselves to think about the utopia, the end station, so to speak. So I have suggested a few things that I would like not only the Pirate Party to do, but everybody in Iceland, and that is to start to really think about what if we, all of you and everybody in Iceland, got to rule in the next 10 years. How would we like to see ourselves in 10 years' time? What would we like to change? And I think we should also ask those that want to run and represent you, that they make it clear before elections what sort of agreement they will make once they get the job. Because if we always run on maximum ultimate platform for each party and then 2 or 3 work together and the promises are always broken after elections, it means that people feel that they can't trust anybody. And that is a very serious thing in a society. And we're seeing, like today, there is election in Austria where probably a neo-Nazi is going to become Austria. We are seeing very troubling signs all over the world, and that is why it is fundamentally important to be able to get people to be engaged, to help cope. And our collective future is not only about Iceland, but us in the collective world, because everything that happens in one part of the world will actually ultimately impact us. We are not separated, like many people want to tell us. Now, I am just a poet and an activist, and that shows if I, an activist, and everybody has a reason to want to go in there, but we have to stop looking at parliamentarians and representatives as something else than us. It is not us and them, it is us. I don't change when I get into the parliament. I'm not a different person. And you are not different from me, even if you're not on the inside. Learn how to use the tools we already have. We have lots of very good tools. For example, today we are going to be ratifying laws, very fundamentally huge laws about lifting the currency, the capital controls. And there is no time for anybody to look in the implications of it, because it's done very quickly. And I'm sure there will be errors. And for me, I have no idea what decisions to make, because I can't call for the wisdom of the masses. And this is very problematic, and this is not the only case. You can actually put forward your voice every time a bill is being considered in Parliament, and do it. You can go on the Parliament's website and put an RSS, and then you can always get updates about issues. And often, even if you can't be familiar with everything that's going on there, you can be familiar with some of it, because we all are interested in different things. before we do more direct democracy, we have to ensure that people have access to information, that we have strong laws to encourage proper journalism, investigative journalism, that we can make informed decisions, not only decisions that are made up in the media to be interesting. Many people feel that whenever the media is talking about something like the newest presidential candidate, that something sinister might be happening, and all the attention is on this particular item of interest in the media. So ultimately, we are on a journey, and this journey started when we felt that everything we put our trust in the wake of the crisis had failed us. There were so many different people that got engaged, and somehow I'm waiting for the next proper crisis to get everybody to come out and be engaged, because crises in our personal lives are exactly the same as crises in societies. It is this energy that we get to actually move forward and change the things we need to change. So don't be afraid that there will be another crisis. It is an incredible opportunity for change. Now, I'm just looking forward to see, I really want to thank everybody that put together this event, and I hope there will be many more events like this. I'm going to finish my speech in Icelandic. I very often read this particular piece of words, and this is the words that is really the social agreement that the Icelanders did when they put forward this new constitution. So forgive me, those that don't understand Icelandic, you might get a sense about what it means when I read it, because it's like a beautiful poem, and it makes me actually feel very proud to belong to a nation that sees themselves like this. Við sem byggjum Ísland viljum skapa réttlátt samfélag, þar sem allir sitja við sama borð. Ólíkur uppruni okkar auðgar heildina og saman berum við ábyrgð á arfi kynslóðanna, landi og sögu, náttúru, tungu og menningu. Ísland frjálst og fullvalda ríki með frelsi, jafnrétti, lýðræði og mannréttindi að hornsteinum. Stjórnvöld skulu vinna að velferð íbúa landsins, efla menningu þeirra og virða margbreytileika mannlífs, lands og lífríkis. Við viljum efla friðsæld, öryggi, heill og hamingju á meðal okkar og komandi kynslóða. Við einsetjum okkur að vinna með öðrum þjóðum að friði og virðingu fyrir jörðinni og öllum mannkyni. Í þessu ljósi setjum við okkur nýja stjórnarskrá, æðstu lög landsins sem öllum ber að virða. Let's not let this be forgotten. Let's make this our new constitution.
So we have our last speakers for the session, and then we're going to all have some lunch. The next person that we have is, please forgive my pronunciation, Thorleifur Orn Arnesen and Mikael Torfason, who are directors and writers presenting some very interesting material for us. Thank you.
My name is Mikael. This is Thorleifur. Thorleifur usually does all the talking for us because I am the writer and he is the director, and he usually talks for us. But I'm going to say a few words. I'm very thankful for being here. I'm a writer and a journalist, and I used to be editor-in-chief for some of the Icelandic newspapers. And I read the other day. I read in the editorial of. I read an editorial in the biggest newspaper in Iceland. This was the other day. That it was an editorial that made the argument that the rich are always better at ruling than us who live our lives paycheck to paycheck. And it was such a strange argument to read. And and also now in this presidential election that's coming up in Iceland, one of the candidates, the former Prime Minister of Iceland, has said that he will do it for free. He will do this job for free because he doesn't need the money. And he was also the head of the central bank when the Icelandic economy crashed. So, but this is like a real, like a Donald Trump argument where like the rich have like pure motives. And it was last year, I think, that it was 100 years since women in Iceland got the vote. Well, actually, no, I don't think that a single woman in my family got the vote 100 years ago because they were poor, and not even the men didn't either. It took another 10 years before, both poor men and women got the vote in Iceland. And, the constitutions of most Western countries have always been written by the rich or the aristocracy or kings, queens. And right now we have like the rich elite in Iceland fighting this constitution that Birgitta was talking about. I'm talking about the 1% or something like that has like great influence over our lives. And they're fighting it. And it's such because you were so hopeful, perhaps you were angry and lost in 2008 when our economy crashed, but we were very like hopeful. And we thought that there was going to be like a new beginning, and we took part in a referendum about the constitution, but only just a few weeks ago we had like the biggest protest in Icelandic history surrounding the Panama Papers, but still we have the same government. Our former PM, he's resting in Florida or Spain or something. But he's coming back. He's going to take his seat, in the probably next days. Yeah. So it's kind of thing. You kind of like almost like lose hope, and it's all right to lose hope. But then you come here and you like nod and say, okay, perhaps it is possible, and we have to like keep our hopes up. And I don't think I'm going to say very much, but me and Thorleifur were working on a play that's going to be on this stage in January 2018, I think. And it's based on I have to read it in English, Rannsóknarskýrsla Alþingis, report of the Special Investigation Commission that was delivered to our Alþingi in 2010. It's an adaptation, but Thorleifur has more to say on our theatre. Thank you.
Well, if we want to take the theory of Birgitta further, maybe the best thing we could do is to elect Davíð Oddsson as our president, because it seems every time he gets into power, everything collapses around him. So, but we've talked a lot about democracy. We've talked about this beautiful document that was actually, in fact, created by the people and for the people. But we're standing on a stage and we're standing in a theatre, and I found it incredibly beautiful as a man of the theatre for this meeting to be held here. And we were asked to speak here because, maybe because of the work we just did here, and I'll go a little bit into that later, but maybe because that work led us to this report, how we could actually engage in a democratic debate within the theatre practice. So I've written a few words about that. In a world of ever-increasing individualism and with an even stronger loneliness, the theatre has emerged, by mishap perhaps, as one of the most important meeting places in modern society. In the world where God has died and the church has become a place mostly visited by people in the twilight of their years, this historical phenomenon, the theatre, has ever increasingly become a place of social interaction, a place where society comes regularly together to reflect on the human condition, on the critical questions of our time, and the future of our society, as well as the world's. This goes back to the roots of our civilization, as men were constructing the pillars on which our current democracy rests in ancient Greece. the place of the most rigorous dialogue and critical reflection was the theatre, where people stepped out of civil society, donned masks, and spoke to their gods about destiny, the social order, and the future of their society. That is the DNA of theatre. And instead of becoming irrelevant as time goes by, theatre has become more relevant. Because despite what we, the children of the nihilistic, rampant, neoliberal capitalism, have been taught to believe, we are indeed social rather than individual beings. We are entities who can only and do only function in social context. And theatre is the place where that social context is felt the strongest, the purest. An oasis in a sea of unbearable economic realism, a place where the main aim and its most political goal is to celebrate and to reflect on the human condition, the core of that which makes us human, the dreams we have for our children, the traits we celebrate in each other, and the fears we share as human beings. Recently, Mikael and I took on the task of preparing a manuscript and then staging Njál Saga, which is one of the most celebrated of the Icelandic sagas on this very stage. Njála has long been seen as the most political of the sagas, reflecting on the rise and the fall of Icelandic democracy and invested tribal interests tore apart the social fabric that laid the foundation on one of the oldest democracies in the world. Well, of course, a democracy where only rich white men had anything to say. Well, much like it is today. We decided to approach that text as if it was a 1,000-year-old WikiLeaks document. A document that shed light on the nucleus of the Icelandic soul into the collective body that constitutes not only where we came from, but what we are and where we are heading. And this, in essence, became the core, or the research question that guided us on that journey. Using this old document to reflect not only on the past, but on the present. To see what has changed, but maybe more importantly, to see what stayed the same. This approach also meant rejecting the more commercialized version of the theatre practice and revitalize the research-oriented part of making theatre. Theatre is a social place, a bastion of research, almost like a laboratory into utopian ideals and possibilities, a contained experiment where all is allowed and utopias can be tested before they are presented to the world. This approach we engaged in our staging of Njála, has now brought us to our next project, the staging of the Icelandic Parliament's special report on the economic crisis, which was delivered to our Parliament in 2010. A report on the economic, or should we rather say, the moral fall of the Icelandic economy. This economic crisis, which also sparked the demand to rewrite our constitution and to reshuffle the cards within our social structures and civil government, forced the government and the politicians to take action, and in a moment of unprecedented humility, they ordered a critical report into their own practices. And the result was this magnificent report. And when it came out, it was received with great fanfare. The politicians had all the right words, and for a few moments they even seemed interested in making the necessary changes to our political culture. And this very theatre staged a 30-hour reading of all the 9 volumes of that report, where actors gave the story life and context. We, as a nation, became optimistic for a few days. For a few precious moments, we actually believed in change. And then, the politicians woke up. They blew their trumpets, held the report high, and they threw it with all their might directly into the trash bin, which is where we then found it. And 18 months from now, we will bring this to the stage, hopefully managing to use the theatre as a medium of social change and a center for furthering our democratic debate and utopian hopes for the future. On that journey, we will be armored with the possibly naive but crucial hope that art can succeed where politics have failed. Actually, the one thing I was supposed to say here, which is that we have placed envelopes on old tables, and you have white paper and pencils, and we would love if this meeting, if you feel there is something that you would like to contribute to that staging, we would ask you to write on those white pieces of papers what your dreams, hopes, angers, fears, personal reflections, or histories with this process. Put it in the envelope and just leave it on the table or give it to either us or the staff before leaving. Thank you.
I'd like Catherine up to talk about how lunch is going to go.
There's going to be soup that is vegetable for everybody, and you have to pay for it too. And it's out in the that area. And we have to be back into this room in about half an hour at the latest. So at 20 minutes to 1, we will all sit down back at our tables. So thank you so much for this half of the meeting.
Thanks. Did you move on? Oh, sorry. They're up there. The third row or something like that. We ran out of memory, like when Bermuda was talking, so I deleted. There was still like this
like how these ideas like
To introduce a very special man in a few minutes when everybody has arrived back from the lunch. I hope you enjoyed lunch. Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Good. Okay. So, let's see. I think it's getting there. I'm going to hurry the last few in and then we'll do a little thing. So while everybody's sitting down again, I'm just going to do a few announcements because this is the sort of nature of those meetings. They come alive as soon as they start. First of all, I was asked to announce that in the beginning of September, for the day 2 to the 3rd September, there's going to be something called Fundur Fólksins 2016, which means the meeting of the people. And this is a democratic festival, they say, about all sorts of social things. And there's flyers outside, and it's basically about participation, about talking about what we're going to do. So sort of similar to here, but just longer and more extensive. So reserve those dates. Also, I want to allow a person from Alþingi to come and say a very short announcement about what they're doing on Saturday. So please, Jörn.
Hi, very quickly. So for the last few weeks, there have been some people organizing something called Alþingi at the protest and after the protest, and it's something that resembles very much what we've got here. And basically, the idea of it is to try and make a space for people to have conversations about what is happening in the country at the time. To make a sort of format for a grassroots assembly that is familiar to everybody, that anyone can start by themselves. And this is basically a response to this cycle of protest and movements in Iceland that we all know, I guess, where people come together and then very quickly momentum fades. People don't have an idea of how to, go forward or who they should talk to, how they should organize together. So we're trying to make a space for people to organize together. And I've got some flyers about it. The next one will be at 3 o'clock next Saturday in Ísafjörður. And Jörgen can say something about maybe the ones that have happened so far.
Já, til þess að gefa bara mjög stutt dæmi að við höfum komið saman, sorry, I'm speaking in Icelandic, I'm not realizing it. To just give a very quick example of what has been happening in the meetings, we have come together and made decisions on what we want to bring forth and how we would like to do it. So we have organized a few actions, protesting actions, try to change a little bit what the protests are like and make them more, brought some creativity into them. And yeah, and I will just, in the end, say that I'm hoping to see as many of you there, because as Jamie just said, it is very much an extension of what is happening here, but it will be happening on every Saturday at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Now, you are all obviously thinking about the swimming pools, which we're going to have a joint trip at after the meeting. And so after the meeting, I'll give you tickets that Reykjavik City has given to us. They also lent us those tables and chairs you're sitting at, so they have been happy, which is beautiful. I want to thank Þórir Baldursson, who provided us with beautiful music in the hall. And speaking about music, I would like to introduce a man that I have a sort of a crush on or something. I like him very much. I don't know him very much, but there's something so intrinsically nice about him that every time he touches his guitar, it somehow speaks to the cells of my body. So I hope you have the same similar feeling. And after that, Bjarni is going to take over again and start the next discussion. So thank you all. His name is Kaukau. Most Icelanders all know him, but his real name is Kristján. For us, he's Kaukau.
Thank you all. Thank you. I'm really grateful to be here today with all you people who want a more equal world. And I thank Thore especially for asking me to come and play a couple of songs, or else I would be sleeping at home now. And what is in my mind always when we talk of democracy is I have to find a definition, because it's obvious that not everybody is talking about the same thing when you talk about democracy. So what is democracy? For me it is the well-being of the majority of people. And what is the well-being of the majority of people? So we have to keep on defining. It is happiness. And what is happiness? It is the well-being of the majority of the people. We are talking about equality, and all statistics show us that we are living in a better world where there is more, when there is more equality. It's very easy for us to see, but somehow it's not so easy. And we all, each of us in the society, we have something to do. We have a purpose. Like you are all sitting here today, we are all sitting here. Now I have a guitar. My purpose is to play a song. And before we came here last night, there was a big show called Mamma Mia, with a huge stage and all kinds of stuff hanging around here. So the people who are working here, they have to work till late at night, so they could put up all the tables and the chairs. That was their purpose for democracy, so that we could sit here today and talk about democracy. And for me, democracy is love. And love is a word that is used in many ways, but I think if you need to define that word, then I don't think we need to do that. But I think that we need to have love in everything we do. And when we talk of democracy, we must have love. What is love? Love is the opposite of fear. And it is equal to, it is the same as equality. It is the same as tolerance. That's what love is. That's what true democracy is. So that's why I want to, that was what I wanted to say. And now I will shut up and sing. And I will sing a song called Love. Love, just another word, a many-colored bird, a whisper in the sky, a friend just passing by. It's hidden in a song, you know it can't be wrong. It's closer than it seems, more than just a dream. When you got nothing left to lose, and everything you thought you knew has vanished in the blue. Don't let it get you down when nothing can be found. Don't let it get you down. Love, here it comes again, like a long lost friend, a long and winding road, a story to be told. You got nothing left to lose, and everything you thought you knew has vanished in the blue. Don't let it get you down when nothing can be found. Don't let it get you down. Love, 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 love. All you need is love. Love, 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 love. All you need is love. Thank you very much. The next song I would like to play is a very old Bob Dylan song, which I for some reason connect to Iceland, and it's called Girl from the North Country Fair. If you're traveling the North Country Fair, where the winds hit heavy on the borderline, remember me to one who lives there, 'cause she was a true love of mine. If you go in snowflake storm and the rivers freeze when summer ends, please see she wears a coat so warm to keep her from the howling winds. Please see if her hair hangs long, if it rolls and flows on down her breast. Please see for me if her hair's hanging long, 'cause that's the way I remember her best. I'm wondering if she remembers me at all. Many times I often pray in the darkness of my night, in the brightness of my day. If you're traveling the North Country Fair, where the winds hit heavy on the borderline, remember me to one who lives there, 'cause she was a true love of mine. Yes, she was true love of mine.
Now Bjarni is going to tell you what you have to do next. I maybe just while he's walking over will say something real fast. Basically, talk to everybody. Talk to you who are here. Talk to all those people of Borgarleikhúsið who made this possible. Tack to everybody who's been organizing it for months and months. Tack to all the foreigners who flew here, many at their own expenses, just to be part of this. And tack to the hope that we have for a better future.
Okay, we now go into a little more deliberation mode. So in this part, I would like you to submit your observations from the presenters to each other. That's the first part. But then, and also reviewing the headline from the morning session, the facilitators have written down the 10 sort of most wanted things from the morning, and then discuss and think about what are the key challenges that democracy is facing, or the democratic and political process is facing in the future, keeping in mind what do you have in mind for whatever, and also what we're discussing here. And this is just going to be a free flow discussion. We are not going to organize notes this time, but we will collect all your thoughts from that you submit. But we will spend more time in just exchanging views and finding the essence of what is this all about. I ask you to show each other respect in the sense that be active listeners and don't dominate the discussion, although you have a lot to say. There are other people that also have the same. So if facilitators are cutting you off, that you show that respect and for the greater good. Okay, so what are the key challenges we are facing here? What are first of all, what were the key points from the presentations we heard before lunch? And then what are we really up against if we want to adapt democracy to the future? Okay, I will distribute sheets for each table, one for each table, where you will write down the three sort of, some people call it must-win battles, but other people don't like that. There's too wars to talk about that, but the key challenges are called. Three. Now you're supposed to have the pink or whatever color it is, notes with you in the auditorium to write down your thoughts from the presenters, and we use that now. Okay? Everyone, any other questions? Okay, facilitators, you take over now. We have until 2 o'clock to do this, and then we will summarize the findings of Jón Ólafsson. He is going to go summarize the findings from the table, so he will be walking around and may sit down and listen and to check what is really emerging at each table. Okay.
Yeah, I think
I'm from your picture, Larry, about that turning that constitution to where it came from and saying, hey, this is our new sort of. There was a wow moment in my mind about that we the people sort of do our new constitution. So that was you can also add something. Yeah.
What you said was really important.
Okay, you're welcome. I think it was very interesting the metaphor the bus and the train. There's a links up story here with the story outside, and then no longer islands. It's an important notion to be taken account here as well. From outside, that here is about as an example. The people here on this end, I agree, is that huge risk if you do not get to have a distribution. That for me implies, on the contrary, that is your shoulder responsibility whether it's troops. My end seems a strong political engagement, understanding how you can play all parts in it. So now on presidential election, national election, even if there are political parties, maybe to take a position and say, okay, despite our label and symbol, there's a coalition for the constitution. Just run for the elections. In the end, the constitution forces the parliament to dissolve one new constitution for troops, so the next would be very short term. And have that as an objective for election. I don't know if this is from outside. The other things I do not agree that much with the Americans.
Minn okkur aðeins ákváða, það auklaðast aðeins í rauninni því að grænutjöldin 3 eru farin. Þannig að ég hefði skrifað nefnilega að það varð
En við erum með þetta samt.
Já, það er bara, ég hafði það orðrétt. Jöfnvægi atkvæða í gjaldbyrði orðin. Og svo var hér ákvæða veitt lýðræði og aftur talmenning, gegnsæi, síðan var það fengur jafn vægi hagsmuna minnihlutahópa og lýðræði sem lífstíl frá barnsaldri.
Yeah, well, we'll start going around. Ari, would you start please? Your thought from the lectures this morning?
Art will succeed where politics have failed.
What was from the last lectures?
Absolute silence at the demo, and then they started
screaming. Like that was the most angry. That was the moment that I saw them at their most angry, because they, like the people within the political parties, they see the mass as that you have to get them on board to do, and part of it is completely, it sounds terrible, but it's actually very necessary. Like, to be a good politician, you have to be able to facilitate ideas, and you have to be able to gather people around your ideas. But somewhere along the way, this civil act of this is why I find theater is so important in this, because like, it's a similar act that you step out of society into an official role, into the role of the elected official, and your power solely should derive from the votes that you receive. You are a facilitator of ideas that you're presenting, and there is a huge disconnect between the core ideal of representative democracy and the practice of it in the modern world. And there is, I mean, you know, even though there's much to criticize about the political process in the US, sometimes I feel Europe is even in a, like, it's a, America seems to have like an eruptive political system, and we have a slow cooking political system, but I feel the disconnect to the European Union is even stronger. You know, this incredible distance of how very little people have access to it. It's very dangerous, very undemocratic. I mean, even though you can say what you want about Trump, but at least there is some sort of, crazy as it may be, a democratic process that the outsider has managed to get to the forefront of one of the two political parties. I don't agree with the policies, but there's something incredibly refreshing about seeing a political system torn apart from the inside. And I cannot see this happening in Europe, because I think this culture, this integrated culture of ownership of the political system within the elite is much stronger than we had stronger aristocracy, of course, so it's maybe historical.
Roger said that theater is an exploration of change, and poverty means that you have to. So if after I distill this, the formula I came up with is that resource distribution, time, and engagement reach democracy. Yes, I made the formula. That's right. I solved the problems of the world. It's over.
So in the speeches is this tendency to be kind of
it's the notes from the speakers actually, and this is my note. Thank you very much for it's nice meeting you all.
Nice meeting you.
Good luck. Good luck to Greece too.
Good luck to Greece.
Good luck to all of us.
To be more.
Thank you very much.
More objective for rather than.
I'm still working on this. Very beautiful in the face of the crisis. Lots of people came and they went and held hands outside the parliament to protect the parliament. Yeah, it was a really, I remember I met some of my from itself. You know, they were just, they wanted to protect democracy, like, you know, the idea of democracy, because it wasn't happening inside. It was, I never forget this moment. It was before and December.
And they have to pretend for these elections. In the end, they think they can be passed. This is the moment to say, wait. Let's get agreement about a basic point. It's ours.
The question is how to get there. And that is the really difficult question because I mean, because I had a very different opinion about this until I actually was inside the process itself. And there is this sense of ownership, and if we go back to the year 2000, there comes this book, The End of History by Francis Fukuyama, which basically predicts a technocratic future where the people who sit there, we get to kind of technocratically manage the centimeters on, like we go a little bit this way, a little bit, but basically everything's been handed to us. So we have a political system that nobody involved ever had to fight for. They were born into it. Of course, we also have people who are literally born into it, like nobody in the system was a part of creating it. They're all managers of the system. And then on the other side, the slow deregulated process, the process of special interest taking over the process because they are fighting for certain interests. So you have a group of people on one side with no real interest apart from management, and then on the other side.
Just go in there. You want to start a new playing field, something like this.
Þetta er skemmt að þú færst alltaf upp og eitthvað svona skoðast. Nei, ég gerði það ekki áðan.
Við erum náttúrulega kannski að taka út úr þessu fyrirlestri. Það er okkur fannst merkilegt og feil, ekki kannski saman og þetta sjáum við framtíð.
En er þetta ekki líka með það í huga þetta er hans sísun? Það er sem við viljum breyta. Ég hugsa á það.
Það er ekki við sem að tala morgun, hvernig við sæjum þetta, hvernig við gætum séð, ég veit ekki að borga alltaf hvernig við vildi sjá þetta, hvernig við hugsaðum að sæjum þetta.
They were offended at being servants. They were offended at the very idea not to be masters. That's what's frightening me. This was a gut level. This was not they just felt I was so incredibly wrong. Who are these people?
Ég grein fyrir því í hvað stöðu stór hluti þeirra sem stjórna er í.
That a kind of something will say that the professor you've been the only country which has been seriously able to say the past and say we need to start from scratch.
Yes. Because the two leaders were not
easier here.
Step down.
Step down.
Coming back, they are have very good parents and they are really
It shows that
and so because we are now reflecting lots of different thoughts, but how can we weave those thoughts together? And then how can they be reflected into the other table? That's sort of how I see our democracy evolve in smaller entities, which then, if maybe there's some activism. We have to change all the system, financial system, why are we all going to work 9 to 5? Why don't we, what are we going to do when everybody gets unemployed because we need to have somebody to work? And even if the parliament is important currently, it is so weak. It is not the place of power. The place of power is unseen, and how can we see it? Sorry.
It's a bit hard
But if you see it like children, take that one step further and say that actually, in coming into office, you sign a contract, implementing those policies you were elected for. So you're actually being elected on a mandate which your platform represented. But then, I mean, at least, like, I have to say, the government now, although I really dislike it, they actually more or less said everything they were going to do. They were going to release the fisheries and let them stay.
And then somebody wrote on the paper,
Yes,
that's right.
They are not like lawyers in other countries. They don't even understand themselves.
Bureaucracy, you have to have the mechanics there that will, be the productive shield. So that means they are all more likely to become.
So they're not even acceptable as lawyers. They don't even understand.
You have to have these mechanics,
and actually working for them. Most of the
we announced that certainly you can put in place provisions, laws, reduce risk. The reality is that the way to reduce this is to invest in the capacity to understand.
Yes.
I mean, democracy works if people are democratic. In all spectrum of life, they are informed and aware. Otherwise, it's always hostages of the example needs. Either Mussolini was actually elected, as a matter of fact, and the elected.
The items that you talked about this morning, I tried to summarize it up to 10 points, but there are actually 9. And from what you've been asking now and saying after the presentation, I want to ask you after I read this, what is missing on this list that you maybe added in this? So the first, I tried to organize it based on the votes you gave. So these are all points that got some votes, some of them won, others five. So the first one was transparency and access to simple and clear information. Second,
the means for outsiders.
yes, please.
What kind of measure? How you replace it?
And saying that maybe this is the product.
Word of warning. Some people have been very active
Ja, det är sant. Det är som en båtmark. Det är 1% av disinformation. Och här var det skriver längre av all what I respect communication. Discuss and say skemmtilegt. Allt annað heldur en að koma meira. En það 7
So you have to expand the understanding.
Já, menning og listir and aðferð aðeins, já, eða byltingar þetta til að fleita. Hvað vil ég skrifa um þetta? Já, þess að það var ríkar aðeins. Ríkstjórinn sem var ráðinn að nára. Já, sem að gera.
Yeah, these legal. But I'm going to get so confused. So that the government period not directly. I really can't wait. I think the sense of it seems that their natural reaction is not utilized. So it's about, that's what I was talking about, the leadership really expressing the that's the core how.
That's the really in many different ways, but I think
Þá fyrir jafnræði og traustið aldrei að fara fyrir. Svo er þetta alheimsþengjandi svarta landamæri. Það er svolítið
If I may, read this moment.
Get the media elsewhere, I mean, stop being an island. Share information with everybody else and report on what's really happening.
It's one of the things we can't vote.
No, I saw your hand up.
It's not democracy.
Keeping momentum, that momentum of the mechanism, but it doesn't have to it shouldn't be, and it shouldn't just be
Okay, it's half an hour to go. Start narrowing down. If you haven't already done it, time can fly in that part of the process. I will prompt you again in 10 minutes before the close.
This is the only
Once you really start to wonder, are we capable of revitalizing the process?
without the crisis, we felt everything would be different. And we feel everything is exactly the same. So do we have to kill half the, I mean, this is really, and there must be a way how to make a community of individuals. How we can be part of the society to teach them.
Yes, but it's going to take too long. It will take 20 years. It takes hours in fact. It will take much more than
Allir búin að gefa atkvæði. Nú bara 3. Ég langar að gera eitthvað. Já. Nota listina. Bara 3. Nú bara 3 meir. Já, 3.
Ég bara skrifa niður sem mér finnst mikilvægast sem ég gera, það að stoppa jafna kjörum og auka kærleik.
Like Caucasus.
Yes, frequency is low. We need more love because I think they hate us. I really think because
That's the one I'm talking about.
Það sem sagt umræðum niðurstöður 1 og 2 listin yfir 10 afstöðum og þeir borðið saman og rættu. Það er þessi sem við skoðum hérna áðan og þessi sem við skrifum núna. Ég ætla ekki að tala svona mikið. Við skoðum þetta og berum þetta saman. Þú veist að hugmyndin okkar fyrir fyrirlestrunum séu samfæri með því sem við erum með eftir það. Hvort að við erum róttækari eða svartsýnni eða...
Er ekki eitthvað 10?
Nei, jú, og það er með þetta fyrstu 3 eru þarna sko.
Network of powers financing open close mind open close constitutions not allowed to open transparency fight against
The challenge is learn to have compassion and love for others.
Animals, yes.
Je get take mensen met dus we kunnen
It was the discussion. Everybody took off the hard edges of their ideas until they had a compromise, which was a consensus that everybody could live with. And I think as a way of going forward, I feel we need the consensus. We need to create politics that stop being at war with them. Yeah. It's, I mean, you know, that sometimes it's that crazy. It's fun to play it out in your mind. How would that political system you go? Excuse me. Section 7. You have not implemented sections. No, this does. No. What you're saying? No. And section 8.
only country has an index on that. But then they need to take away. That's more important than rights is the word that entails. Og síðan við með þrjú önnur atriði sem læst við eftir fyrirlesturnar innleggin og þá viljum við breyta og skrifa þá kannski aftur eða breyta með þessu takt við þetta nýja innlegg. Og ef við förum að bara byrja í
Má ég spyrja einu fyrir? Já. Er það rétt hjá mér að næstu dagskrárliður sé hindranir eða challenge framöver? Þannig að þessu valdaskiptin vandar á að það stendur í vegi hljóma fyrir nýja rosalega mikil hindrun áskrifast sem stendur í vegi. Hvort við myndum verið eiga það inn í heimpakka frekar heldur en að því þessum.
Ég skilja bara heyri á hann, svo við sem við gerum það. Ég skilja það.
Direct democracy has to be used very, very carefully. I think we have direct quite often we hear talk of direct democracy, we have referendums and everything from A to Z. And I think that you were saying earlier that there's something to be approached with caution. I would emphasize that. I think direct.
Just very briefly, sometimes words are difficult, and when we say challenges, they are not necessarily just barriers. They can also be opportunities, and preferably should be opportunities. Of course, challenges to deal with them, but so don't limit yourself with something that's getting in the way. That is, of course, part of the challenges, but there's also a challenge to seek a new way of doing things or pursue new ideas or something new. Okay? Well, you just recollect, you have all the points on the table, so yeah, it's okay to be positive about challenges. Okay?
Human
find other ways. There is
I was trying to
change the way we interact in her eyes. So what we are talking about
worry about which are not
sure Steve Jobs would agree with that. But
Ég var inn í þetta fyrst og svo fyrir við í
Sko það, atkvæðis sko jafnvægi atkvæða fékk uppalega 9 atkvæði en það sem að núna nýja innleggi það fékk 10 það var valdastéttin yfir á alltaf afturfólkinu stjórnlegur og Íslandi var gerð til þess að snúa þessu við og þá kom við valdastéttin
Já, og við vorum einnig hærri tala núna, við verum færri og þetta
Þetta eru hópurum sem sagt 10 atkvæði.
Já, er það ekki spjaldið?
Nei, flokkurinn fær 10 atkvæði.
Þeir eru þá ekki farið fólkið. I think that would change the whole trust. And they would like, of course, sacrifice the partner with the group. I mean, the same group is going to be more or less.
They can still be there.
Yeah. Yeah. They just don't have to be
Okay, this is probably a part of this final discussion of what we're talking about. Those key challenges to political and democratic process in the future to develop in a healthy way, as you say.
Can you read the
question? Sounds like
and every time I got to German, the first thing I do is buy a newspaper just to kind of lend again in a very kind of, and it's very interesting, like listening to what they're talking about. It reflects very much how Angela Merkel works. Because what she'll do is that they're always saying she's not taking initiative. She's always dragging her feet. But what she does is that she waits and waits and waits and waits, and then having heard a lot of different arguments, she presents a solution which most of the time unifies a big part of the country. And she is about twice as popular as her party and has been for years. And even when she jumps the gun, like now with the refugee crisis, she has a result.
One very short thing. If you're putting anything on Facebook or Twitter or something, which we recommend, please use the hashtag #StopDemocracy, because that's what we're using for the meeting. Okay, thank you.
But it's very difficult because what she's also done is that as a result of this, she closed
Ég ætla að biðja ykkur að hafa í
Erum með svona þríhetningi
sem er búin að gera pulsinn.
Bara bráðlega. 1 minute, 1 minute.
challenge.
What is a strong media?
Strong media is just, you know, not, you know, first would be, for example, to have you know, ownership more transparent, and also to you know, limit ownership. It couldn't be just like this one big owner.
This is my opinion. Then they will, I mean, you could be popular. This politics to be popular. Yes. And so they will search for the lowest. Yeah. That will be, I think, main element in this. That means that, you know, in the end we have to educate the public. Yeah. So it's a lovely kind of work. Good know more, and we cannot just blame the politics.
Yes.
Reevaluate the education system and try and create a new level of discourse also within the political system. And terms, this is good. I mean, I don't know, but I have a feeling that Obama is having his best year as president because he doesn't need to be re-elected. And all of a sudden, you know, he starts talking about issues and we go like, where are you been? Where have you been the last 7 years? You know? So free them from the need to be re-elected is something, right?
I think you were quite right. There's an area where them.
I'm sorry, I have to leave. There's another theater program starting 10 minutes on the stage for a program.
Okay, we have 10 minutes. Just one announcement. Thorleifur talked about the envelopes and asking for whatever you can think of personally, or whatever, just to write it on. And it so happens that you use green, yellow, or lila note, it can fit in the envelope. So whatever you can think of, everything is appreciated. If you want, of course, it's free. And then to put it on the table here, where Lars is standing, on the way out. So just take your time in the end when everything else is finished. Jón Ólafsson will go around and collect the sheets of paper that you've been working with to summarize the meeting in the end. Okay.
We don't have to think anymore.
Hvað sagði á fyrsta klukk?
Við erum saman að það sé sem sagt annar áherslu. Er þá ég aðkvæða fyrir því?
Þau fengu jöfnum gætið á. Þau ekki þetta? Hvort er undan því?
Já, þarna er það.
Þetta er gamli mér. Já, ég tek það, þetta er bara vegna það. Það fekk 6 átt.
Síðan er þetta hérna.
Og er þá ekki eðlilegt að maður skrifa að komið þó eftir samfætt jafnvægar
Okay, let's try and have a look at this. I think we need to do that now. Find the top one. Do you have any ideas?
Ég hafði lesið valdasettir eru ávallt aðeins fólki stjórnarskrá á Íslandi. Nei, það er svo punktur svo á Íslandi. Var hér hjá bænum.
Þá eru bröndveginn svona tengt rannsóknarskip.
Staðið hérna upp eftir 1,5 ár fyrir leikhúsi.
The top 3.
We settir á hérna leikhúsi hérna.
So, number 1, something you will say? Implement.
Please, if someone has not started writing down the points on the paper, please do so, because you only need to do that just to organize his thoughts for the summary. You will collect them as soon as you are finished. We have 5 minutes.
Oh, you can write.
So what we were saying, if you could see
I heard you frequently mention the media and education. Education will lead to creative to create. Then what is going to create? We need to create.
Býður eftir þér, Róman, gjörðu svo vel.
Nú ekki með, stóð til. Ég var að segja hann líka stjórnarskjóðum before we close it.
En það vantar bara eitthvað kraft, það er kraftbúsir. Það vantar alltaf að það mátt í. Eins og það væri frá alltaf að vera sutt, en það væri ekki að láta og það fórst hann eitthvað þannig að það væri svona fólk sem var næstur sem átti
Því sko fórustan lesa ekki þá jafnir bæna landsfundi og fórustan sem er þó ætti að vera vanið eins og þá hafa þeir líka landsfundi þeir fengur samt að það má með það mikið fróðsina því að láta fólk skjóða aðstöða betur sem
það er flokksvöld
Þetta er bara hún er borgar sumir telja
Ingrid
hann ekki verið alltaf með þessar fylkingar hafa alltaf runnið saman. Fylkingarnar sem urðu samfylkingin, það hafa aldrei runnið saman. Þetta er þetta bara svona fyrir að lifa trúið. Þess að vera svona mjög
Okay, well, the summary is being prepared, so you can use the time to write down your thoughts and put in the envelopes. And please sit tight. Don't leave. We will have a very interesting summary in a few minutes. Jón is collecting everything together, does not have a long time to do that.
If you don't have enough of the so they stick together. While the left wing, they are always they have parties. They have so many ideas. I can give it to you as long as you don't put it on anything. Or maybe. Yeah, you can show it. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. It's for education. Maybe you can come talk. What the men of a play. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. Maybe that's that would be great. That's good. You gotta get the kids this first. There's hope. There is hope. I think there's hope. There's hope for a better future. Yes.
Please take a seat. Now we'll have the summary of what came from all the tables. I just want to use the opportunity. I'm leaving my role here, but I would like to thank all those who helped facilitating at the table very much for their contributions. Very valuable, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I was given the complicated role of summarizing what was going on here, and now I've scribbled down on my piece of paper here as many things as I could. So this looks a little bit like Bjarni's diagrams yesterday, if you saw them, the word clouds where you couldn't read anything. But we had some common themes in the morning session. There were 6 sort of overarching themes that could easily be identified from the discussion. It was the importance of transparency in governance, in politics, and so on, accessibility of information, the importance of participation, which is then sometimes connected to direct democracy, sometimes not. Education is also prominent, especially in connection to critical thinking. People said a lot about fairness, but it seemed to have more to do with voting system and one man, one vote thinking than other aspects of fairness. And then there was considerable emphasis on diversity in the political process, the access of minorities to government and so on. And a considerable emphasis also on how to think about the future, how to have future-driven processes and how to think about values in future terms. So these were sort of the general themes that that were on the slips of paper from the first session. Now, of course, you see these same themes then coming up again in the second session in a little bit more detail. Clearly, many of the tables were talking about the Constitution in various different ways. Tables 2, 15, 9, and 11, for instance, specifically said that the new Constitution had to be ratified, meaning probably the Constitutional Council's draft. And then the Constitution was also particularly connected to equality, the importance of equality. Group 4 did that, and critical thinking as well. The notion of a future-driven society was connected to ratifying the new Constitution by Group 13, for instance. And it was actually interesting. I found that I didn't see anything really or any serious criticism of representative government or representative politics as such. So most of the or all of the proposals that had to do with improving policies were really about improving the ways that representative government can interact with the public and with society as a whole, rather than with abolishing representative government for some kind of direct democracy. So there was also pretty, in some groups, there was clearly the discussion of leadership. One group, number 13, said there should be no strong leader. Other groups talked about, for instance, the elite problem. Groups 2, 3, 4, 7, and 13 talked about this in some way, giving power to the masses, ensuring people's power, making people the boss. I had the feeling actually that this emphasis might have been inspired to some extent by both Lawrence Lessig's and Ellen Landemore's emphasis on precisely this point. There was also, at least on one slip, an interesting remark about money and politics, which might be connected also to the mention we had earlier of the very funny article that one journalist wrote in his paper. Actually, it was a lead article, trying to argue, or maybe making a clumsy attempt to revive the old Millian argument about the wisdom of having people with means, having rich people actually have power, rule. And this was clearly something that was generally ridiculed in this group here. Of course, there was not so much directly about democracy, what democracy is, although one group had a formula for democracy that was table 15. I'll just read out the formula. It says resource distribution plus time plus engagement equals democracy. You can ponder this formula. There was also the interesting expression of, now I have forgotten to write which group wrote that, of endless democracy, which I found very, very interesting. The idea that democracy is an endless process. It doesn't really have a final goal. It's something that must constantly be revived and revitalized. And clearly there was a tendency to sort of go in different direction with what the essence of democracy is. Interaction with the public, again, the sort of government-public interaction, direct participation of the public, education for critical thinking of the people, and so on. Then there were several themes again that showed up on maybe in one or two groups. For instance, Group 1 and Group 7 talked specifically about accountability, and I found it interesting that there was a difference. Group 1 put accountability in connection to clear rules. Group 7 put accountability, if I understood it right, in connection to trust. saying something that in the end it was most important thing to base accountability on trust in some sense. Then there was actually, when I hadn't thought about myself, but when I came across the term, I was surprised that it hasn't been in more groups. There was only one group that I saw had specifically talked about corruption, given the great discussion we have about corruption these days. There was also in some, and that was group number 5. Some of the groups talked about the media, for instance, table 4. Of course, emphasizing the importance of critical media. Group 8 specifically put democracy in connection with creativity, which I think is very important, obviously. Also one concept that showed up not too often, but came very prominently in the slip coming from table 9, was about rights, that the Constitution in the end is about rights, which is obviously true, and that this is the thing that should be emphasized, the way that the Constitution or that future democracy must reformulate and rethink rights in a very wide sense. And then, of course, transparent political processes came across quite clearly in many tables, especially I have written here number 11, accessible information, and so on. So basically, this is a lot of issues, but I think you can see some pattern emerging here, or at least I hope it sounds that way. So I think I'm not going to say anymore. Thanks.
Now we're reaching the end. Thank you so much, Jón and Bjarni and everybody again. Everything is equally important. I wanted to tell you a little bit gossip that we sent emails to all the parliamentarians telling them about that meeting. But I think Birgitta was the only one who showed up, so maybe they're busy. But next, of course, important thing is the swimming pool. I have here the tickets for everybody who wants to go to a free swimming pool. We're going to aim at everybody going to Vesturbæjarlaugin, which is on the west side of Reykjavík. And you can use this ticket for any pool, but we just wanted to share our tradition of having a political discourse in water, which we think works quite well. You know, you relax a little bit more and you're floating somehow, and everybody is so beautifully imperfect, the way, of course, all systems are, including our bodies. We, on behalf of the Constitution Society of Iceland and the National Reykjavik, no, not National, Reykjavik City Theatre, would like to say thank you for the participation. And finally, ask you all to step here at the front of the stage so we can take a group photo of the meeting. Of course, some have left, but that's fine. We just want to have one group photo. And so, of course, just thank you so much, all of you.
Will you stay here for a long time?
Very early morning
on
Thursday.
Oh, on Thursday.
I will drive around.
Okay, that's good. That's nice.
And I'm leaving right of the disease, so you won't be able to attend the conference.
Okay. One more. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is a race. Now, can you put the lights down a little bit? Like a little dimmer? Oh, much better. Thank you.
Hvernig sést lýðræði?
Kannski fara að snöða svo.
Nei, þá. Gera það.
Okay, wait, one more second. Sorry, one more second.
Ekki pressa.
Kanada er þetta ástand hjá rúskanna öðru ítarlega.
Okay, so on 3, everybody needs to say, "We love spot democracy." Ready? We love spot democracy. Guys, on 3. Okay.